and expected to remain good over the next 3 days. So no issues with that particular part of the forecast. The concern being that the weather we have currently around the Kennedy Space Center is described as socked in with clouds and a lot of rain and moisture, but it's a possibility that we'll have rain, not just showers, but rain and thunderstorms within 20 nautical miles of the shuttle landing facility, also about 20 minutes after liftoff, which should be important when we do our forecast related to the return to landing site abort emergency landing scenario. It's a highly unlikely scenario. We have to not actually try to make it in orbit, don't have enough power with the engines to go over to one of our European emergency landing sites, and have to return to the Kennedy Space Center about 20 minutes after liftoff. So we have to protect for that weather option as well. Mike Moses, the Mission Management Team Chair, said that it may be silly, some people might call us silly for trying to play in the rain this morning, but he said we're going to absolutely try for tanking. The shuttle launch director, Mike Leinbach, was in 100% agreement with him that trying for tanking is the right option to do, but throughout the overnight and closer to the dawn, early morning hours, around 6 and 7 o'clock, they'll keep their eye on the forecast, of course, all night long. But around that time, they'll start getting very focused look on the weather and see whether it's the right thing to proceed towards launch or whether the forecast really is getting worse and not something we should actually try for a launch attempt, but we'll look at perhaps standing down at that point. But at least at the moment, tanking operations are set to begin momentarily. And a unanimous agreement that it's the right thing to do by trying tanking. And as they said, get some of the road underneath them and look for that break in the forecast. And we'll see whether we can hold back the storms of postponement for this morning and get ourselves a launch attempt. And we are about 35 seconds from coming out of our current built-in hold at the T-minus 6 hour point. When the count does resume, we'll go for 3 hours and then stop at the T-minus 3 hour point, which is also approximately the same time we should be wrapping up the tanking operation. We are at 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. We're at T-minus 6 hours and counting. The STS-135 countdown has resumed towards an 11:26 a.m. liftoff time. Turning our attention now a moment to the mission for Atlantis' STS-135 flight. There is an old English proverb that says there is an end to everything, to good things as well. And this is the beginning of the end of the space shuttle era, is this morning, with the final launch of a shuttle, Atlantis' STS-135 mission. Discussing mission managers and engineers are directing and monitoring Atlantis' countdown on Kennedy's launch pad 39A from about 3 miles away in firing room number 4 here in the Launch Control Center. The launch pad that is looking right now at the Launch Control Center, firing room number 4. This team is preparing to start the fueling operations. The launch pad that you're looking at now is the same one that Space Shuttle Columbia lifted off in 1981 on the STS-1 mission, making pad A the Alpha and the Omega launch complex for the Space Shuttle program. There are 4 astronauts who are currently still in their sleep period at Kennedy's Operations and Checkout building, about a 10-mile drive from the launch pad. Commander Chris Ferguson, pilot Doug Hurley, and mission specialists Sandy Magnus and Rex Walheim will carry out Atlantis' 12-day flight. Let's take a quick look now at the STS-135 mission.
4 veteran astronauts Atlantis STS-135 mission will fly the multi-purpose logistics module Raffaello, packed with supplies, to the International Space Station. During the 12-day flight, Mission specialists will use the shuttle's robotic arm to lift Raffaello from the shuttle's payload bay and hand it off to the station's robotic arm for temporary attachment to the Harmony node segment. Crew members will transfer hardware, experiments, and logistics from Raffaello to the space station. Atlantis also will deliver to the outside of the station an experiment to investigate the potential for robotically refueling satellites and return a failed station ammonia cooling system pump to help NASA better understand the failure mechanism and improve future pump designs. Among the other items that Atlantis will carry is a U.S. honor flag that has been flown nationwide at Ground Zero in New York City and throughout the world to honor heroes who have lost their lives while serving their community and country. After the flag returns to Earth, it will continue as a traveling memorial. The STS-135 mission is the final flight for Atlantis and NASA's last Space Shuttle mission.
And we're back now live, looking at Launch Pad 39A. The Atlantis' astronauts are scheduled to wake up at 4:30 a.m. Eastern to start their launch day activities. This is a later wake-up time than usual, but it's not because Ferguson and his team just want to sleep in. It's actually because with only a 4-person crew, each astronaut has to do more per person than you would typically have for a 6 to 7 astronaut crew. So they'll be needing more time to carry out all of those responsibilities crews do have after a shuttle gets into orbit. And to keep the crew's overall workday about the same length as a typical launch day to the International Space Station, the mission planners traded some unused time earlier in the crew's launch day when they're in the operations and checkout building, the crew quarters, and scheduled for some much needed time after launch. There are 7 built-in holds for 70 hours and 21 minutes of countdown time that started at the T-minus 43-hour point to launch, and that countdown did begin on Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll get you an official time momentarily, and we're just about ready to begin the tanking operations where we chill down or cooling of the pipes that will carry the 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen to Atlantis' external fuel tank. That is the official kickoff of tanking process. You can see the pumps related to the liquid oxygen side of the fueling process starting to spin up. Looking at the STS-135 mission by the numbers, this is the 135th shuttle flight and the 37th shuttle mission to the International Space Station. This will be Atlantis' 33rd mission overall, and yes, obviously it's its last flight. Currently, STS-135 is a 12-day flight, but with a launch this morning, and once Atlantis gets to the space station and managers can assess how well the crew is conserving the cryogenic reactants of the shuttle's 3 electricity-producing fuel cells, they may add an additional dock day to the mission. So that could put landing either on July 20th or around 7 a.m. Eastern, or July 21st, a little after 6 a.m. Eastern. Once Atlantis does safely return to the Kennedy Space Center, it will begin a slow deservicing process in preparation to eventually put on public display. And teams here won't have to take it very far, actually just down the road. Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex has the honor of to display Atlantis, the only space shuttle NASA will keep. Discovery is going to the Smithsonian outside of Washington, D.C., and Endeavour to the California Science Center in Los Angeles. NASA will transport the shuttles to their respective public display sites starting next spring. So this will be the last flight for Atlantis, the 4th of the space shuttle fleet for NASA, which flew its maiden voyage almost 26 years ago. Again, the launch team is not working any issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern, but you are going to be hearing us talk about this all night long. We'll be closely watching the weather, and that is our main concern for the possibility of not being able to launch this morning. But right now we still have a 30% chance, and that's what mission managers are hoping we'll get that break in the weather at that time and give us a chance to begin the STS-135 mission to the International Space Station. At T-minus 5 hours, 53 minutes, and 5 seconds, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 5 hours, 45 minutes, 32 seconds and counting. Launch teams are not working any issues right now. That would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. The only issue that we'll be talking about all night long is the forecast. Currently, they're calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's targeted liftoff time. The start of tanking began by the book on schedule at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. As you can see, the spinning pumps, part of the liquid oxygen system. Tanking process involves loading more than 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen into the external tank, the biggest part of the space shuttle stack. Chill down to the orbiter main propulsion system, the cooling of those pipes inside Atlantis' aft compartment. Takes about a half an hour to do. That's underway. And the liquid hydrogen slow fill began at 12 minutes after the hour at 2:12 a.m. Eastern. So just 1 minute behind the initial timeline. So with an on-time start at 2:01 a.m. Eastern for tanking, it takes about 3 hours to fill up the external tank, which actually is comprised of two smaller tanks inside of it. The liquid hydrogen section holds about 390,000 gallons of that super cold propellant, and the bottom half of the liquid oxygen part, the upper part of the external tank. As you can see, it's separated by that ribbed section, which is known as the inner tank area of the external tank. So liquid hydrogen stored below, and above that, near the top, is the liquid oxygen side, and that middle section is an empty space in between wires and whatnot, but it's an open space that acts as a buffer that separates the two propellant tanks on the inside. The external tank bipod heater activation started on time, also with the heaters on the bipod ramps for the external tank. And those are the attaching points for the tank to the space shuttle near the very top of the space shuttle itself. The heaters prevent ice from building up on those two attaching struts. Ice, of course, could become a debris source that could come off during launch and hit the shuttle. As you would recall, foam insulation from that area broke off and hit the left wing of Space Shuttle Columbia in 2003 during its STS-107 mission, and that damaged the shuttle's heat shield wing panel, the reinforced carbon-carbon. You can see the actual bipod ramps we're talking about here. Well, initially they were covered with foam. That foam damage did ultimately cause the Columbia accident, so the engineering solution was to remove the foam insulation from those bipod area and replace it with heaters. We are scheduled by the book to start the liquid oxygen slow fill at 2:41 a.m. Eastern. But again, we had an on-time start to tanking at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. The liquid hydrogen slow fill process began at 2:12 a.m. Eastern. And launch director, shuttle launch director Mike Lambach just came into the fire room here in the Launch Control Center. Talked to him for a moment. Again, he reiterated that it was the right thing to do to start the tanking process. And of course, he'll be talking a lot with the shuttle weather officer, Kathy Winters, all this morning to keep track of it and see whether we get that 30% break in the weather around launch time, which is set for 11:26 a.m. and hold off all the storms that are forecast to start popping up with rain and thunderstorms in the vicinity of the Kennedy Space Center around launch time. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we'll be talking with Allie Mendoza, the external tank solid rocket booster vehicle manager here at Kennedy Space Center, and she'll go over all the work that's been taking place on Atlantis' external tank and boosters to get us to this point this morning for a launch attempt. And again, the launch team is not working any issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. So at T-minus 5 hours, 40 minutes, and 35 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 5 hours, 30 minutes, 23 seconds and counting. Launch teams are not working any issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. Currently, forecasters are calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis on its STS-135 mission to the International Space Station. And it's obviously that 30% chance of good weather means there's a 70% chance of not having good weather, and that's really what we're going to be watching all morning long as we head towards our targeted liftoff time at 11:26 a.m. The possibility of thunderstorms and rain to be enveloping the Kennedy Space Center area along Florida's central east coast. And that's going to have our attention pretty much the entire night long. The mission management team said it was the right thing to do to go with the tanking operation, which began on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. And that's the process of loading about 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen into the tank. It takes about 3 hours to fill the 154-foot tall external tank with those two supercold propellants. And those propellants are used to fuel the shuttle's 3 main engines during the 8.5-minute climb into orbit. Liquid hydrogen slow fill process began at 2:12 a.m. Eastern. And we're set to begin the liquid hydrogen slow fill process at 2:41 a.m. During their 12-day mission, Atlantis' 4 veteran astronauts will bring more than 8,100 pounds of cargo to the space station. It includes food, equipment, and research materials, and critical spare parts that will keep the station in good supply shape through 2012. Coming up in a couple minutes, we'll be talking with Ali Mendoza, the external tank solid rocket booster vehicle manager here at Kennedy Space Center. She'll be with us, joining us momentarily. In the meantime, again, launch team is not working any issues that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. So at T-minus 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 55 seconds and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 5 hours, 25 minutes, 38 seconds and counting. The launch team is not working any issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. Currently, forecasters are calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis on its STS-135 mission to the International Space Station. And as you'll be hearing, much like you have all morning already, I'll be the broken record talking about weather, because that is really the main concern that we have with having that 30% chance of good conditions around 11:26 a.m. Possibility of thunderstorms and rain around that time, as we've had for the better part of a day here at Kennedy Space Center. But before we can get to that, straight to the STS-135 mission before we can get underway, and we've had to have the external tank and the boosters, and those rockets that you can see on the side of the white rockets and the orange external fuel tank, will start the Space Shuttle program's final flight. They have some of a bit of interesting history to them that we're going to go into now. We're fortunate to be joined here in the Launch Control Center, firing room number 4, by Ali Mendoza, the external tank and solid rocket booster vehicle manager here at Kennedy Space Center. Good morning. Thank you for talking to us and taking a few minutes out. A relatively dry times right now out there, but keep our fingers crossed and see what happens later in the morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Alex. Thank you.
First, again, with that long title, what exactly have you been doing for the Space Shuttle program and to get STS-135 ready to fly?
Okay, as the vehicle manager for tank and booster, I'm pretty much responsible for the integration and processing of the tanks and boosters from their hometowns in Utah and Louisiana, their arrival here at Kennedy Space Center, processing through, integrating them, putting them together, and rolling out to the pad and processing out the pad. So soup to nuts from home to lunch.
Or I guess would be nuts to bolts, I guess, in some of the cases. But let's see, this external tank is designated ET-138, and it is the newest tank, the last actually tank manufactured. Can you tell us a little bit about what it took to get from the assembly plant, as you mentioned, in Louisiana, all the way here to the Kennedy Space Center and on launch pad 39A this morning?
Yeah, ET-138 has had a pretty long flow. It actually left MAF on July 8th, 2010, so a year ago today. It left MAF. It arrived here July 13th, and as you see here on the film, it comes on the barge, and the barge is pulled by the SRB retrieval ships and into the Port Canaveral. It takes about a 5-day trip. So it arrived at Port Canaveral on the 13th of July. And here you see it offloading here at the turn basin. And we offloaded it on the 14th of July, the next day. It took a little while. We weren't able to lift it on the same day. Just as we were going into the VAB, we did have a little leak issue with the transporter, but that resolved itself pretty good. But we made the call to just roll it into the VAB out of the weather and then do the lifting operations on the 15th. So what you're seeing here is the actual lift. We bring it off the transporter in a horizontal position, and then we slowly rotate it to a vertical position before bringing it into the checkout cell. Now, normally this process, from the time it arrives here at the VAB in the checkout cell, we're about 15 days before we make the boosters. ET-138 has had a long extended time in this checkout cell for a little over 9 months, and during that time frame, and here you see it in the checkout cell, we actually did x-rays of the LO2 flange stringers, and we also did the stringer radius block mod from the previous 2 tanks that we had issues with, and just to make sure that this is a good tank and very well. So here you see it lifting out of the checkout cell, and we move it across to the high bay where the boosters are. So it's a very high view. What you're seeing here is from floor level up. It's about 30-some stories up in the air as it moves across. And right now it is being lowered in between the 2 boosters. And the boosters actually arrived also like May of 2010. So they were here for an extended amount of time as well. We did this operation was on April 25th, actually. And after this, the orbiter would come over. We roll out to the pad. And there's nice, beautiful shots of our early morning rollout. Now, while we were at the pad, though, we did do a tanking test on June 15th. So that was one of the things we rolled out a little bit longer at the pad due to the tanking test. And
for those of us who don't know what tanking tests are, that's actually doing what we're doing this morning, but in a test procedure, filling up the external tank with
And post-tanking tests, we had to perform x-rays of the flanges to make sure that we were in a perfect configuration for launch and that the mod did its job. So here you have the ND folks working. We actually built a couple enclosures out there for them to actually process and analyze the digitized x-rays out at the pad. It's computed radiography. It's for just a high-tech x-ray, what people would understand as an x-ray. And what came out of that? No cracks were found. It was just a perfect tank for launch.
And that was actually what you guys had expected, but just to get people who just may be joining us, following the Space Shuttle program, who obviously don't follow as closely as you do, we had an issue back with the external tank for Discovery's flight for the STS-133 mission. That was back in November for the first launch attempt, and of course, what we discovered after our first launch attempt was there were cracks in the support beams. You want to go in a little bit about that and walk people through it?
Sure, yes. For STS-133, post-tanking, we did see foam cracked on the outside. When we further looked into it, we noticed that the stringer supports that are in the inner tank, which are those vertical lines that are pretty visible from offset, we did have a couple cracks in those. So we repaired those for STS-133, and all subsequent tanks we were inspecting. Now, ET-138 is the same pedigree as ET-137. It was built around the same time frames, so we wanted to make sure that ET-138 didn't have the same issues. So that's why we took all the precautions and all the inspections on this tank to make sure that it was a good tank.
And the program, obviously, you were very confident. We've had 2 other successful launches since finding those cracks. The reinforcement of those stringers, those modifications you made that strengthened the ends of them, worked exactly as they were designed to do for both Discovery's launch and Endeavour's. So when you did your tanking tests, a few weeks ago, you obviously didn't expect to find anything, and engineering analysis confirmed that was the case.
Correct. And also, one thing we did additional to ET-138 that we didn't do to the 2 previous tanks is that we also x-rayed the LH2 flange, which is the lower portion of that inner tank. And on this one, we had the opportunity, and the NDE team actually developed a technique to actually place the film down in the lower section of the inner tank inside, which we weren't able to do for the other 2 tanks. So we were able to acquire imagery and actually confirm and actually confirm the engineering analysis that the cracks would not appear on the LH2 side as well. So it was a very good effort by all involved.
This is obviously that makes it the most verified tank, I guess, we have. So hence the confidence level going into this morning's launch attempt. Just in case, and we mentioned this a couple minutes ago when you were looking at the video, just to make sure that everyone realizes, even though it had a longer amount of time here at Kennedy Space Center, both the external tank and the solid rocket boosters, that's obviously no reason for concern, right?
Oh, no, absolutely not. Actually, in the past, we've had tanks and boosters here for longer than that. And also, like, the boosters were here for an extended amount of time. And there's engineering requirements that are levied if they're here after a certain amount of time before you stack. You do additional inspections. So for the forward segments, we did have to perform additional grain inspections prior to stacking, just to make sure that everything was still, perfect. There wasn't no issues with the propellant inside the boosters.
Now, that's sort of a full circle space shuttle program thing associated with the solid rocket boosters. Do you talk to us a minute about that?
Yes, absolutely. We have a couple elements on the boosters that flew on STS-1 back in 1981. We have the left-hand forward segment, the cylinder of the left-hand forward segment flew on STS-1, and we also have on the right-hand booster, the forward skirt, which is up at the pointy piece, was also flew on STS-1, and they've flown many times before. Like the segment has flown 8 times, and the forward skirt has flown 13 times. So they are reused, but it's kind of neat that it was STS-1 and on the final STS-135 mission.
It really is, and that's obviously the important part that people realize, that we do pick them back up out of the water after launches, and you do refurbish them and put them back into service, and you've got a couple of pieces that really verify that when you go back for 30 years of flights.
Absolutely, yes, they are reusable.
So this is obviously, we can't avoid talking about this. This is the final space shuttle flight ever. So you've been with the program for some time. Please take a couple minutes, if you wouldn't, and this is my Oprah moment to see whether I can get you to tear up. Yes, that's exactly what.
No, there's no crying in spaceflight.
That's right. But could you take a couple minutes and just let us, how does this make you feel?
I guess it is disheartening to see the space shuttle program end. We've worked on it for so long, and we have a one-of-a-kind, amazing team that has worked so hard. And we're about to all go in separate directions, so that's kind of sad. But there's also a little element of excitement to see what the future holds for us, the future of the agency, and what the future of the space program for our nation holds. We still have a lot of work here at the Space Center. I mean, our expendable launch vehicle brethren still have 4 more launches this year. A few from here from the Cape Side, one from Vandenberg. So we've got still a lot of work here at Kennedy and for the space flight. It's just human space flight will be a little while before we see that again here. But we have funding for development of new technologies and capabilities. So even though it's disheartening, we do have something to hopefully look forward to here in the near future. It's definitely quite different than what we're all been used to, but nonetheless, it'll be exciting for our future. And I just look forward to the U.S. return, to dominance in the human spaceflight arena.
And arguably with the International Space Station, international cooperation that we have there, that obviously we aren't going anywhere in human spaceflight in the sense of not removing our presence. It's just, as he's mentioned, a temporary.
It's just a temporary hold on us
of
launching,
not launching from here at Kennedy Space Center. Exactly.
Yes. And launching humans from the United States. Yeah.
And let's at least not mention that you gave a little plug there to the Launch Services Program, which is good. That's the NASA's program that does all the launches for the science missions and the rovers and launch next month to Jupiter. That was no coincidence that you plugged that. I guess. Well, you might be giving a little plug to your new team apparently.
Yes, that's my future job will be a mission integration manager for the launch services providing. So.
Well, before we obviously let you go to the launch services program, and the shuttle program isn't quite done yet.
Oh no, not at all. And actually, I wanted to mention, when I mentioned the team that we have, just amazing team. It's not just the folks here at Kennedy, the folks in the fire room, and everybody knows about all the major contractors that we have, the ATKs, the Lockheed Martins, the Boeings, the Hamilton Sunstrands, those guys. But there's thousands of team members around the country that have provided nuts and bolts and refurbishment. The orbiter itself has about 2,200, at least 2,200 contractors that support us with things as small as bolts to nuts, and you have tank side and the booster side. Just quickly, the boosters here, just the forward assemblies and the aft skirts, you have over 450 vendors that provide some type of support around the country for us. So it's not just the folks here, and it was just been such amazing to work with such a multifaceted team, and the support that we get from across the country for the space shuttle program. And everybody should be really proud that how we've ended and just finishing strong.
And that has really been the theme that management has said. It's that building on that legacy of the team members and all the work that they've done. And you're a part of that team. And Allie, thank you for taking a couple minutes. Hopefully we'll get a good launch this morning and won't have to drag you back to do this again. That's gonna be our.
Have you done your rain dance for the day?
I think somebody has already done that, and that's why we may have an issue this morning. Again, Allie, thank you for joining us. That's Allie Mendoza, the external tank and solid rocket booster vehicle manager here at Kennedy Space Center. Thanks for talking to us this morning.
Thank you very much, Allard. My pleasure.
And coming up in our next segment, we'll actually take a little closer look at the external tank that we were just talking about and how that works. So again, the launch team is not working any technical issues that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. As you heard, we are going to be watching the weather very closely, and hopefully we'll get a break with that 30% chance of good weather around the liftoff time. At T-minus 5 hours, 11 minutes, 43 seconds and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida at T-minus 5 hours and 45 seconds and counting. Launch teams are not working any issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. Currently, forecasters are calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis on its STS-135 mission to the International Space Station. And that 30% chance means we have a 70% chance of not having good weather at launch time, and that is going to be the main concern that we have and are going to be dealing with for the rest of the morning, as has been talked about for the past several days. The possibility of having thunderstorms and rain around the Kennedy Space Center at that time keep us from lifting off. On the technical hardware side, we're not working any issues. The start of the tanking process began on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. It takes about 3 hours to fill Atlantis' external fuel tank with 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. We went into the liquid hydrogen fast fill process at 2:51 a.m., immediately followed by the liquid oxygen fast fill at 2:52 a.m. So we're running a little bit ahead of schedule for the fueling process. On the liquid hydrogen side of the tank, it went to about 5% full at 2:32 a.m. That's when they conducted a engine cutoff sensor test. And the liquid hydrogen part of the external tank at that point was about 5% full. And the low-level engine cutoff sensors, also known as eco sensors, are at the bottom of the tank. At that point, they're covered over, and to test to make sure that all 4 sensors are working properly, the computer simulates a dry command sent, and the teams monitor the sensor's performance. This will be continually monitored for a period with the engineers here on the console in the firing room number 4. The eco sensors act as one of the shuttle's low fuel warning systems, and in a worst case situation, could actually shut down Atlantis' engines if the tank were unexpectedly very low on fuel. A few years ago, the Space Shuttle program had issues with the eco sensors, but since they were worked on and fixed early in 2008, we haven't had any issues with them, and that's exactly what we expect this morning, and will be the case with Atlantis' launch today. The managers and engineers are directing and monitoring Atlantis' countdown on Kennedy's Launch Pad 39A from about 3 miles away in firing room number 4 here in the Launch Control Center. About 90 minutes ago, the Space Shuttle program managers met, and the mission management team gave unanimous approval to go ahead with the fueling operations for this morning. You can see the Launch Control Center here, about 3 miles away from where Atlantis is sitting. And on time, the team started the fueling process. Tanking got underway at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. And it takes about 3 hours to fill the tank. Those 2 supercold propellants are used to fuel the shuttle's 3 main engines during the 8.5-minute climb into orbit. There are expected to be no weather issues with our transoceanic abort landing sites in Europe. Zaragoza, Spain is our prime emergency landing site, our prime TAL site. And again, good forecasts actually pretty much for the next 3 days for those particular landing sites. Atlantis' STS-135 mission will bring more than 8,100 pounds of cargo to the space station. It's all packed inside the Raffaello multi-purpose logistics module inside Atlantis' payload bay. More than a third of that 8,100 pounds is food for future station crews. With the supplies aboard Atlantis, the International Space Station will be in good shape through all of 2012, when U.S. commercial companies under contract with NASA are expected to begin resupply flights to the space station. Atlantis' 4 astronauts also are bringing in an experiment called the Robotic Refueling Mission, which will be put on the station, on the exterior, and during the next 2 years, with the Canadian Dexter robot arm, will test tools and technology and techniques to robotically refuel satellites. The crew also will be returned to Earth a failed space station cooling system ammonia pump, and the flight also has 1 spacewalk associated with it, which will actually be carried out by the 2 space station astronauts and supported by Atlantis' crew members. Looking at the STS-135 mission by the numbers, this is the 135th shuttle flight and the 37th shuttle mission to the International Space Station. This will also be Atlantis' 33rd mission overall, and yes, obviously its last flight. Currently, the STS-135 mission is a 12-day flight, but with a launch this morning. And once Atlantis gets to the space station, managers can assess how well the crew is conserving the cryogenic reactants for the shuttle's 3 electricity-producing fuel cells. They may actually add an additional dock day to the mission. So that could put landing either on July 20th, a little after 7 a.m. Eastern, or July 21st, a little after 6 a.m. Eastern. Once Atlantis does safely return to the Kennedy Space Center, it will begin a slow deservicing process in preparation to eventually be put on public display. And the teams won't have to take it very far, just down the road, in fact, to the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, which does have the honor of being able to display Atlantis, the only space shuttle NASA will keep. Shuttle Discovery is going to the Smithsonian outside Washington, D.C., and Endeavour to the California Science Center in Los Angeles. NASA will transport the shuttles to their respective public sites starting next spring. Over in the crew quarters at Kennedy's Operations and Checkout Building, Atlantis' 4 astronauts are scheduled to wake up in about 90 minutes at 4:30 a.m. Eastern to start their launch day activities. This is a later wake-up time than usual for a shuttle crew, but it's not because Ferguson and his teams just want to sleep in. It's actually because with only 4 people on the crew, each astronaut has more to do per person than you typically have, obviously, with a 6 or 7 person crew. So they'll need more time to carry out all their respective responsibilities after the shuttle gets into orbit. So to keep the crew's overall workday about the same length as a typical launch day to the space station, mission planners traded some unused time earlier in the crew's launch day schedule for some much needed time after launch. With 4 astronauts, this is the smallest shuttle crew we've had since Shuttle Columbia's STS-6 4-person crew back in 1983. This time around, it's because STS-135 originally was only designated as a potential rescue flight for Endeavour's STS-134 mission, which was scheduled to take place in April, but ended up being a May 16th launch. That was going to be the last shuttle flight, but shuttle rescue flights were, at that, of course, made up of 4-person, but when Atlantis' flight was designated an actual flight and put on the shuttle schedule earlier this year, the 4-member crew was kept, as it also works for carrying out all the mission objectives while still making it relatively easier for a potential rescue flight versus having a 7 or 6-person crew. Only this time, a rescue flight will be carried out using Russian Soyuz spacecraft. Since there are no more shuttle flights, obviously, to mount a potential rescue mission to the space station, in the unlikely event that Atlantis would be damaged somehow that would prevent it from making a re-entry, the plan is to have Atlantis' astronauts become long-term space station crew members and then, over the coming months, stagger their departure and have them fly down on Soyuz spacecraft as part of the originally scheduled crew rotations. So that means Atlantis' crew would be staying aboard the station a lot longer than they had planned into 2012. Of course, we actually don't expect that to happen, but it's good to have that worst-case plan prepared just in case. The pilot for STS-135 is Doug Hurley. He's a 44-year-old U.S. Marine colonel who will be taking his 2nd trip into space. Hurley says shuttle crews on flights to assemble the International Space Station have carried out some of the most complicated missions in all of human spaceflight.
I would argue that some of the space station assembly missions were the most complex space missions, including going to the moon, that we've ever done. I mean, these 16-day assembly missions with multiple days of robotics, 5 EVAs. I definitely would argue that from a complexity standpoint, we've not done anything more complex than those missions.
Mission Specialist Rex Walheim will be making his 3rd trip into space, and all have been aboard Atlantis. The 48-year-old retired U.S. Air Force colonel has logged more than 24 days in space already and has conducted 5 spacewalks during his previous 2 Atlantis missions. As is tradition, each astronaut crew comes up with its own mission patch. Allheim says the STS-135 patch was designed with the end of the Space Shuttle era in mind.
Well, we wanted to make it a celebration. We wanted to make it a happy patch that really encompasses the kind of history of the Space Shuttle program. So in some respects, it mirrors a little bit the STS-1 patch with the full shuttle on there. And we wanted to also honor the whole NASA contractor team, the whole team that has made the Space Shuttle possible. And we did that by putting a portion of the NASA emblem in the middle with the swoosh on there. And then we also want to signify that it was the last mission. We did that with the Omega. The gold Omega is the last letter of the Greek alphabet, so that was kind of our way of symbolizing the last mission. And we worked with my wife. We told her kind of what we wanted, and she came up with a bunch of different designs. My wife Margie is a graphic designer by trade, and so she gave us some ideas, and we refined them, and we think we came up with a great patch.
Mission Specialist Sandy Magnus is the most experienced space flyer on the STS-135 crew. Her first flight was also aboard Atlantis during the STS-112 mission to the International Space Station in 2002. And she was a member of the space station's Expedition 18 crew, where she spent 4 months working from space, from November 2008 to March 2009. The 46-year-old holds a PhD in materials science and engineering. Magnus will also be what's known as the load master, which means she is in charge of making sure all the cargo that needs to get transferred to the station does, and all the things that need to be returned to Earth are. And obviously she also will be the last female space shuttle astronaut, but Magnus says that actual factoid isn't as important in the grand scheme of the space shuttle era as one might think.
So I think it's more important to focus on the fact that this is the last shuttle flight, and in doing so reflect on what an amazing vehicle the shuttle is and all the things that we've been able to accomplish with it. Some things not even foreseen when they designed it. So, you know, being the last woman on the space shuttle I don't think is really the important point. The important point is this is the last space shuttle, and we have to celebrate what this program has given to the country.
And finally, the commander for Atlantis' STS-135 mission is retired U.S. Navy Captain Chris Ferguson. The 49-year-old will be making his third spaceflight on this mission. Ferguson says the significance of leading the final space shuttle mission ever isn't lost on him, and he has a clear idea of how the shuttle will be remembered by future generations.
The space shuttle will be viewed in 100 years as the culmination of that aerospace work that we did in the 1950s with these X vehicles, and this was the product of it, and it's going to be held kind of as the granddaddy, if you will, because I think it's going to be a long time before we see a vehicle certainly of the magnitude of the space shuttle. I mean, if you look at it, it's huge. If you look at what we want to replace it with, they're all fairly small and compact, and they have different shapes and sizes, but the magic of the space shuttle is just its enormity. It's huge. And it flies up and back, and there will be no parallel like that, I think, for 100 years. So it'll be remembered for, I think, its pioneering in aerospace and just the magnitude of the program, and the fact that it served the world for 30 years and built the International Space Station will be what everybody remembers.
And we'll actually take a little closer look at the Atlantis astronauts coming up later during our taking commentary. And in the meantime, the launch control team is not working any technical issues that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. The weather, however, may be an issue. It's something we're going to be watching throughout the night into the early morning hours. Teams will take a closer look in the 6 to 7 o'clock time frame and continue evaluations of the weather and see whether we have a shot at the 11:26 targeted liftoff time, or if circumstances come up with the thunderstorms that are predicted to pop up and rain to inundate this particular area known as the Space Coast along Florida's central east coast. If that actually takes place, might be making another run at this tomorrow. But in the meantime, mission managers were very confident that beginning the tanking process was the right thing to do. So that's where we are, and we're started at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. Look to wrap that up around 5 a.m. And we'll continue monitoring the weather, see whether we get a break, and Well, we'll be dealing with the storms of postponement later this morning. At T-minus 4 hours, 45 minutes, 47 seconds and counting, this is shuttle launch control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 4 hours, 30 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. Launch teams are not working any issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. Currently, forecasters are calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis on its STS-135 mission to the International Space Station. And with that 30% chance of good weather comes, of course, the opposite side, which is 70% of not having acceptable weather around the launch time. And that's unacceptable weather in the form of thunderstorms and rain around Kennedy Space Center. Moving up from the south to the north, as has been the case over the past day or so. Start of the tanking process, which is filling the large orange external fuel tank with about 535,000 gallons of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, began on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. We went into the liquid hydrogen fast fill at 2:51 a.m. Eastern and the liquid oxygen fast fill at 2:52 a.m. Eastern. So tanking should be complete by about 5 a.m. or perhaps a little earlier than that, since they've been running a little ahead of the tanking process schedule. During their 12-day mission, Atlantis' 4 veteran astronauts will carry to and from the International Space Station the Raffaello Multi-Purpose Logistics Module. And this will be the 4th flight for Raffaello. Last time it flew was aboard Shuttle Discovery for the STS-114 return-to-flight mission in 2005. But this time around, Raffaello is packed with more cargo than any other MPLM has ever been packed with. More than 8,100 pounds of supplies, and about a third of that food for future station crews. There's science gear, such as a new ultrasound machine for medical and biological research, and an advanced carbon dioxide scrubber technology demonstrator. Raffaello also is holding more than 4,300 pounds of spare parts, critical for space station operations, including a new reusable filter tank for the water recycling system, a GPS antenna, and a spare gyroscope for the station treadmill. All in all, the 6 months worth of supplies Atlantis and its crew are bringing to the space station are intended to keep the station in good shape through all of next year, through 2012. Next year is when 2 commercial U.S. companies NASA has contracts with, that's SpaceX and Orbital Sciences. That's when they're expected to begin regular cargo flights to the International Space Station and take over the U.S. resupply responsibilities for the station that the shuttles have been doing. In addition to the resupply of the space station, there are more than a dozen experiments that will be carried out during the STS-135 mission, and that's on top of the 115 integrated experiments already taking place aboard the International Space Station. Some of these short-duration experiments that will be conducted during the STS-135 flight are 2 studies looking at combating bone loss in astronauts, including one that will check the effectiveness of experimental drug therapies. Another study will look at using experimental therapeutic countermeasures to stop muscle atrophy. There are also some planned experiments for long-term space flights that could also address food supply issues here on Earth. The crew will test a system designed to convert dirty water into a fortified drink that could be used for spacewalking astronauts or an emergency backup water supply for the space station, as well as using for possible use in future long-term space exploration flights. After undocking, Atlantis' crew will launch a very small satellite for the Defense Department called the PicoSat Solar Cell Experiment for the Defense Department, which will relay data back to engineers on the ground on the performance of the solar cells on the 5-inch by 5-inch by 10-inch satellite. Atlantis also will be delivering new experiments to the space station for longer-term study. These include further evaluations of a salmonella vaccine, a Defense Department experiment studying the effects of tissue regeneration and wound healing in space, and using 2 different types of commercially available smartphones to test for potential use as navigational aids and as a mobile assistant for astronauts aboard the station. The largest experiment that's being brought to the space station is a washing machine-sized device that is designed to test new technologies and techniques to robotically refuel satellites in space, even ones that were never originally intended to be refueled in space. It's called the Robotic Refueling Mission, or RRM, and it will be installed on the outside of the station during the mission's only spacewalk, which will be carried out by 2 space station astronauts. During the next 2 years, the RRM will use the station's Canadarm robotic arm 2, known as Canadarm 2, along with the station's robotic hand, the Dexterous Manipulator System, or Dexter, to test these tools and hardware in and on the RRM. So let's take a few minutes now and take a closer look at the Robotic Refueling Mission experiment. And we're back now looking live at Kennedy Space Center's Launch Pad 39A, where Space Shuttle Atlantis is being fueled, although not robotically, for this morning's flight to the International Space Station. As we've been saying, launch teams are not working any technical issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. The only potential issue is that forecast of 70% no-go weather around our scheduled liftoff time. Potential of thunderstorms and rain might keep us on the ground here an extra day in Florida. But the launch team would like to be guardedly optimistic about having that 30% chance of favorable weather and more drying conditions actually be around on 11:30 this morning, and get that shot at starting Atlantis' STS-135 mission to the space station. At T-minus 4 hours, 22 minutes, 5 seconds and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 4 hours, 13 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. Launch teams are not working any issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. Currently, forecasters are calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis on its STS-135 mission to the International Space Station. And they're hoping that 30% chance is all they need, since it has been done in the past. We've launched with a 90% chance of not having good weather. So the launch team decided unanimously to go ahead with fueling operations, which began on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. The tanking process, which is filling the external tank with about 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. That process began on time and has been running ahead of schedule, or on schedule with most of their milestones. The liquid hydrogen fast fill process began at 2:51 a.m. Eastern, followed a minute later by the fast fill for liquid oxygen at 2:52 a.m. So that would put the completion of tanking on time or slightly before 5 a.m. Eastern. Out in the Atlantic Ocean, there are a couple of NASA ships that are standing by to see whether we launch this morning. Those two ships, the booster retrieval ships Liberty Star and Freedom Star, left port yesterday morning to be in position in the Atlantic this morning to recover the solid rocket boosters. Boosters land in the Atlantic Ocean approximately 7 minutes after liftoff. Splashdown area is a box about 7 to 10 miles, located 160 miles or so downrange from the launch pad. The boosters separate about 28 to 29 and a half miles up. Their maximum height after separation is about 45 miles up. Liberty Star and Freedom Star will each pick up one of the boosters. Freedom Star will pick up the left one, and Liberty Star will pick up the right one. They'll return to Port Canaveral with the boosters Sunday night. We launched this morning, and then they'll arrive at their docks at Hangar AF on Cape Canaveral Air Force Station Monday morning. Obviously, during the tanking process, as you'd imagine, the external fuel tank is the main focus of attention, the launch countdown. So let's take a few minutes now and have a closer look at the Space Shuttle external tank.
A space shuttle requires more than 500,000 gallons of fuel and oxygen to power its engines for the crucial climb to orbit. That is far too much propellant for a shuttle to store on board, so it carries a fuel tank along that is jettisoned as the shuttle reaches orbit. That fuel tank is called the external tank, or ET, and this is how it works. The external tank is the familiar orange structure that dominates most images of the shuttle at liftoff. At more than 15 stories tall, it's the largest single part of a shuttle stack. It's so large that a barge is used to haul it from its manufacturing plant in Michoud, Louisiana, to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where it is processed for a mission. It gets its unique signature orange color from the foam insulation sprayed on the tank's aluminum structure. The insulation helps the tank act as a thermos bottle to keep the supercold propellants from evaporating too quickly. It also helps prevent ice from forming on the tank's exterior and promotes the right aerodynamic shape for launching into space. The main job of the tank is to hold about 535,000 gallons of supercold liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The chemicals are funneled from the tank into the shuttle's 3 main engines at liftoff and throughout the shuttle's 8.5-minute climb into space. During the Space Shuttle fleet's 30 years of operation, the tank, like the shuttle itself, has undergone numerous upgrades and weight-saving improvements. Following a few revisions to designs and materials, the latest version of the tank, known as the super lightweight tank, is 17,000 pounds lighter than the first one Columbia used in 1981. The tank also received extra attention after 2003's Columbia accident, which was blamed in part on a piece of the insulating foam on the tank breaking off, striking the left wing and creating a hole in the shuttle's heat shield. Engineers implemented changes to the foam and the way it is applied and refined before the next launch. Some foam was removed altogether to eliminate risk further. NASA also mandated cameras be attached to the tank so engineers could see any possible debris coming off the tank during ascent. By providing the propellants for the Space Shuttle's main engines during launch, the external tank plays a critical role in the Space Shuttle program, and that is how it works.
And we're now back live looking at Launch Pad 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. What you're looking at is what's known as the flare stack. That burns off the excess hydrogen gas. It goes through the, if you've been following the Space Shuttle program in the past year or so, you've heard this particular acronym used before, the GUP, the Ground Umbilical Carrier Plate. This particular interface between a venting hydrogen pipe that takes this excess hydrogen that comes off during the tanking process. As more liquid hydrogen is pumped into that portion of the tank, the excess gas is funneled out through this pipe and is sent to the flare stack, where it's burned off much like an oil refinery burns off the excess gas. We use the flare stack to burn off the excess hydrogen safely, about 750 feet from the pad. Of course, during the daytime, it's much more difficult to see, but with overnight hours like this, we get the question a lot that the fire is out at the launch pad. And in this case, it's a very good thing. We want that fire there. It's a controlled burn that allows us to make the shuttle and the launch pad actually safer. So again, the launch team is not working any technical issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. What we'll be doing is what often happens in the summer in Florida. You watch the weather. And that's exactly what the launch team will be doing to see whether we'll get that 30% chance turned into a 100% chance of launching on time today. At T-minus 4 hours, 6 minutes, 48 seconds and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida at T-minus 3 hours, 58 minutes, 44 seconds and counting. We're about an hour away from finishing up the fueling operations for Space Shuttle Atlantis' STS-135 mission to the International Space Station, and about an hour away from going to our next built-in hold in the launch countdown at the T-minus 3 hour point. Launch teams are not working any technical issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. Currently, forecasters are calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's launch of the final Space Shuttle mission ever. And they'll be monitoring the weather throughout the morning to see whether we really do get that 30% chance and get an opportunity to send Atlantis on its mission to the space station on time. And we'll see where we are. So far, so good, with no issues being worked with the technical on the hardware side, or any issues with the schedule, which started with tanking on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern, and takes about 3 hours to fill the external tank with 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. We went into the liquid hydrogen fast fill process at 2:51 a.m. Eastern, followed a minute later by the liquid oxygen side fast fill at 2:52 a.m. We are shortly about to go into what's known as liquid hydrogen topping. It means we're about 98% filled with the liquid hydrogen portion of the external tank, and that's slightly ahead of schedule. 4 NASA astronauts, Commander Chris Ferguson, pilot Doug Hurley, and mission specialists Sandy Magnus and Rex Walheim, will carry out Atlantis' 12-day flight to resupply the space station. Let's take a closer look now at the STS-135 mission.
The flight of Atlantis marks the 37th shuttle mission to the space station. The flight was originally manifested only as the Launch on Need rescue mission for STS-134, which at the time was scheduled as the shuttle's final flight. With the launch of Atlantis, there will be no rescue shuttle standing by. In case of an unexpected problem or emergency, Atlantis' astronauts would remain aboard the space station, ultimately returning to Earth aboard a series of Russian Soyuz spacecraft. America's leadership ultimately recognized the value of one additional shuttle mission, and the STS-135 flight plan evolved into an historic 12-day mission, delivering valuable equipment, parts, and supplies to the completed and fully operational station.
It's an effort to posture the space station for about a year, put it in a good position until we can get our commercial cargo resupply system up and running.
On Flight Day 4, the crew of Atlantis will install the Raffaello Logistics Module moving van to the ISS. The station crew and shuttle astronauts will unpack about 15,000 pounds of cargo for the current and future ISS crews, items such as food, clothing, spare parts for the station, and scientific experiments. At the same time, the joint crews will be repacking Raffaello with over 12,000 pounds of shuttle-related equipment stored on the ISS, other items marked for return to Earth, and trash offloaded from the station.
We'll take stuff out of the Node 2 nadir spot, translate down the lab, and most of the stowage and transfer that we're doing will be in the permanent MPLM that's on board.
Magnus serves as Raffaello's loadmaster, with assistance from Walheim.
The very first most important rule is do what Sandy says, because Sandy's lived up there and she's our load master, so she knows where things go, and we'll figure out ways to make that shell game happen.
And I didn't realize this until we got into the planning of the mission, is that the space station software was never designed to accommodate more than one logistics module. We've had to perform a little, I guess, sleight of hand to get the space station to believe that there's actually 2 logistics modules on board.
Atlantis will also deliver the robotics refueling payload, which will be tested using the space station's Dexter robot. The space station has a robotic arm for heavy lifting, but Dexter is a robotic hand, capable of performing fine, minute tasks. The payload will be its first workout to see how well it can perform. On Flight Day 5, the crew of Atlantis will support one station-based performed by Expedition 28 astronauts Mike Fossum and Ron Garan. The pair flew 3 years ago on the STS-124 mission, performing 3 spacewalks together to help install the Japanese Kibo laboratory module. During this EVA, Magnus and Hurley will provide robotic support for Fossum and Garan. Walheim will serve as the IV, or intravehicular officer, for the spacewalk. A failed cooling pump, temporarily stowed outside the station during a spacewalk during the STS-133 mission, will be removed and brought home by the shuttle. Thanks to the shuttle's ability to return cargo, engineers will have the opportunity to study the cause of the pump's failure.
While we're in the payload bay attaching the pump module to the logistics carrier, we'll retrieve this experiment for the special purpose dexterous manipulator that will allow the robotics community to show the ability to do remote refueling and other dexterous tasks that might be involved in servicing satellites.
Fossum and Garan will install the robotics refueling payload on a temporary platform near the Dexter robot and the Destiny lab.
It really is the chance to show how well the SPDM can function in space.
And we're back now live looking at Launch Pad 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where about 10 miles away, at least a 10-mile drive, Atlantis' astronauts are scheduled to wake up at the bottom of the hour at 4:30 a.m. Eastern to start their launch day activities. This is later than crews usually wake up. It's because the 4-person crew that will be Atlantis' final flight means that each person has more to do per person than you would have with a typical 6 to 7-person astronaut crew, so they'll need more time to carry out all those responsibilities that a crew typically has once a shuttle gets into orbit, to keep the crew's overall workday about the same length as a typical launch day to the station. The mission planners traded some unused time earlier in the crew's schedule for some much needed time after launch. So they'll set to be waking up in about 20 minutes from now in the operations and checkout building crew quarters here at Kennedy. Looking at the STS-135 mission by the numbers, this is the 135th shuttle flight and the 37th shuttle mission to the International Space Station. This will be Atlantis' 33rd mission overall, and yes, obviously its last mission. Currently, STS-135 is a 12-day flight, but with a launch this morning, and once Atlantis gets to the space station and managers can assess how well the crew has been conserving the cryogenic reactants for the shuttle's 3 electricity-producing fuel cells, they may actually add another day to the docked schedule. So that could put landing either on July 20th, a little after 7 a.m. Eastern, or July 21st, a little after 6 a.m. Eastern. Once Atlantis does safely return to the Kennedy Space Center, it will be slowly deprocessed and prepared to eventually be put on public display. And the launch team won't have very far to take it. It'll be just down the road, in fact, at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, which has the honor of being able to display Atlantis, the only space shuttle that NASA will keep. Atlantis' partners in spaceflight. The shuttle Discovery is going to be going to the Smithsonian outside Washington, D.C., and the Endeavour is going to the California Science Center in Los Angeles. The test shuttle Enterprise, which currently is in the Smithsonian outside Washington, D.C., will be moved up to New York City in the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. NASA will begin transporting the shuttles to their respective public display sites starting next spring. But before all that can happen, Atlantis' STS-135 mission needs to be safely carried out, and right now, the launch team is not working any technical issues that would prevent us from doing that, and starting the Space Shuttle program's final flight with an on-time liftoff at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. The only concern is the possibility of thunderstorms and rain around launch time that could keep us on the ground an extra day. But the launch team is hoping that that 30% chance of good conditions will be what actually does take place. At T-minus 3 hours, 49 minutes, 20 seconds and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours, 39 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. Launch teams are not working any issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. Currently, forecasters are calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis on its STS-135 mission to the International Space Station. The start of our tanking process began on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. Tanking is filling the external fuel tank with about 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. We went into the liquid hydrogen fast fill phase at 2:51 a.m. and went into liquid hydrogen topping about 15 minutes ahead of schedule at 4:02 a.m. Liquid oxygen fast fill began slightly ahead of schedule as well at 2:52 a.m. Liquid hydrogen topping is when the hydrogen side of the external tank is about 98% filled and engineers slow down the flow of the propellant, which is called topping the tank. And they do that until the tank is filled to 100%. However, because the tank is warm and the propellants are extremely cold, with liquid, some of the propellant burns off and therefore must be continually added to keep it at a constant 100% level. Stable replenish is the point where the engineers have stable control of the propellant entering the tank and keep it at that 100% level. And of course, as the tank cools, the liquid becomes denser, and by continuing to add propellant, it packs or squeezes more propellant into the tank. And once the tank is filled, engineers stop the replenish phase and the tank and propellants are configured for launch. So we are been running on time or ahead of our tanking process all morning long, which obviously is a good thing, and we've had no technical issues. And would be remiss that I have not mentioned this, but during a tanking test, which was essentially the same process but not for launch, it was done to look at the external tank and then confirm later that the stringers, which are support beams on the exterior inner tank part of the external tank, near that upper 2/3 section, they had no issues with it. During that tanking test mid last month, the main fuel valve in engine number 3 for Atlantis began to leak. Well, that is not the case this morning. That valve was, of course, changed out a couple of weeks ago, and the launch team has said that the main fuel valve number 3 is rock solid and therefore performing exactly the way it's supposed to. So I have not mentioned it this morning because we've not had an issue, but it's definitely worth mentioning that we don't have an issue with the main fuel valve. So that particular trap was apparently sprung during our tanking test last month. Of course, you are looking at Kennedy's Launch Pad 39A. It's the last remaining shuttle launch pad, and about a mile away in the dark is Pad 39B, which has been undergoing deconstruction since last year to get it ready to be able to launch spacecraft other than the shuttles, such as NASA's under development Orion multipurpose crew vehicle, or the heavy lift rocket, or a commercial company rocket and spacecraft. Launch Pad 39A has been used to launch NASA spacecraft since the 1960s, including humanity's first moon landing, Apollo 11. That was almost 42 years ago. This is also the same launch pad that Space Shuttle Columbia lifted off from in 1981 on the STS-1 mission, making Pad A the Alpha and Omega launch complex for the Space Shuttle program. So let's take a closer look for one last mission, how a shuttle launch pad works.
Here's how the shuttle's launch pad or launch complex works. The launch pad does more than just provide a stand for the space shuttle to lift off from. Automatic systems inside the launch pad make the last few important steps before a shuttle mission begins. The payload typically arrives at the launch pad before the space shuttle. A built-in crane hoists a canister holding the payload into a clean room inside the rotating service structure, or RSS. The space shuttle is fastened to a mobile launch platform and carefully rolled to the launch pad. Precise measurements and careful adjustments place the launch platform and shuttle in exactly the right place. A small army of technicians begin running data and power cables to the launch platform. It's a critical step that connects equipment on the platform and inside the shuttle with the information network needed for launch. The RSS is wheeled into place to protect the orbiter, and the payload is carefully maneuvered into the shuttle's payload bay. Arms on the fixed service structure also move into place, including a metal bridge that meets the shuttle's hatch. On launch day, super-cold liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen are pumped from massive tanks near the launch pad into the mobile launcher platform. A network of lines carry the propellants into a pair of masts that pump it into the orbiter and then into the external tank. Once the tank is filled, the astronauts are driven to the launch pad. They ride the elevator up to the 195-foot level, where they walk down the orbiter access arm and climb into the shuttle. With the crew strapped in and the shuttle fueled for launch, signals are sent to the launch pad to execute a number of precise commands during the final few minutes of the countdown. The crew's access arm swings back into the fixed service structure first, then the vent arm retracts. A set of igniters known as sparklers burn off stray hydrogen as the shuttle main engines come to life. A 290-foot tower next to the launch pad dumps water onto the pad and into the flame trench. This sound suppression system, as it is known, is not to protect from the flame, but to dampen the intense vibrations from the thundering boosters and engines so that the sound does not hurt the launching shuttle. With the engines firing, the solid rocket boosters ignite, and the 8 bolts holding the shuttle to the pad explode on command to release the shuttle on its path into space. That's how the shuttle launch pad works.
And we're back looking at live video now of Launch Pad 39A, where the launch team is not working any issues right now that will prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Coming up in a couple minutes, Atlantis' crew members are scheduled for their wake-up call. We'll take a look at the 4 NASA astronauts who will carry out the STS-135 mission at the bottom of the hour, and we'll also take a rare look inside the crew quarters here at Kennedy. Take you for a brief tour around that. That's coming up in a couple of minutes. At T-minus 3 hours, 32 minutes, 25 seconds and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is your launch control at T-minus 3 hours, 27 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. The launch team is not working any technical issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. Currently, forecasters are calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis on its STS-135 mission to the International Space Station. The tanking process began on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. It takes about 3 hours to fill the external tank with about 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. We went into liquid oxygen fast fill at 2:52 a.m. and we went into liquid hydrogen topping at 4:02 a.m. That means that the hydrogen side of the tank is about 98% full. As you heard, we were talking about the weather forecast being the probability of having good weather and favorable conditions at liftoff time is only 30%. Shuttle Weather Officer Kathy Winters just finished up briefing Shuttle Launch Director Mike Leinbach just a couple minutes ago, saying it's been a relatively quiet evening, especially compared to what we had yesterday here at the Kennedy Space Center. We've had no lightning, unlike what we had yesterday afternoon. Relatively benign conditions for the weather. She described the forecast as definitely not a no-go, but it's something they're going to have to watch and keep themselves in a position to be able to launch on time, and that's what they've been doing so far, hoping that they'll get that break in the weather and they'll get that fortuitous forecast and actually have that 30% chance of good weather be 100% chance of a good, safe launch for Atlantis this morning. The 4 astronauts for the STS-135 mission, Commander Chris Ferguson, pilot Doug Hurley, and mission specialist Sandy Magnus and Rex Walheim, were scheduled to wake up about 5 minutes ago and start their launch day activities. They're at the crew quarters at Kennedy's Operations and Checkout Building. We were able to get into that crew quarters about a week ago before the crew actually arrived. And you're taking a look at the quarters. It's an example of what their rooms look like. This is their breakfast room. You can see that's very much like has been described as a college dorm room, and it has that very similar feel, very Spartan conditions. This is where the crew will be having their traditional breakfast, which is scheduled for 5:45 this morning. Crew quarters is about a 10-mile drive from the launch pad. Their meals are prepared there. They have a kitchen staff. They also, of course, have a gym in the crew quarters to help keep their physical fitness at peak conditions. When the crew's getting ready for a launch, they're in quarantine, so therefore they're not allowed to have a lot of contact with people who are not what are known as health stabilized. You know that their conditions, they're in good health and not have the possibility to get them sick before their mission. This particular briefing room has computer simulators that allow them to practice docking and other last-minute refresher information. Of course, it's also the medical facilities at crew quarters where they are checked out, where they're expected to get their final checkups, and that'll take place at about 5:30 or so. And of course, this is where they get suited up as well, ready for their flight, and that'll take place a little after 7 o'clock this morning. That clock there is apparently, they describe it as extremely important. They change it every single time, and the crew really knows when they have to suit up and when they have to leave, and that is the clock that apparently the crews go by. Of course, let's take a few minutes now and take a closer look at the 1 woman and 3 men who will fly the shuttle program's final flight.
With the final flight of Shuttle Atlantis and its crew of 4 astronauts, the space shuttle era comes to a close, and America and the world bids a final farewell to a sleek and one-of-a-kind ship that has helped history unfold in low Earth orbit.
6, 5, 4. We've gone for main engine start.
It all started more than 3 decades ago. 2 Americans, John Young and Robert Crippen, blast off on a winged spaceplane named Columbia. Now, more than 30 years later, with the 33rd and final flight of Atlantis, NASA adds a fitting coda to the Space Shuttle program. Even as the shuttle program ends, the STS-135 mission will help ensure humankind can continue to live and work in space. Atlantis carries the Raffaello Multipurpose Logistics Module, or MPLM, to deliver a year's worth of supplies and spare parts for the International Space Station. The orbiter delivers a system designed to remotely test the robotic refueling of satellites and return a failed cooling pump to Earth. From a historical perspective, the STS-135 astronauts are the first crew of 4 since STS-6 in 1983. Retired Navy Captain Chris Ferguson commands Atlantis' crew as he makes his 3rd trip to orbit. He first flew on Atlantis as the pilot of STS-115 in 2006, then returned to orbit as commander of Endeavour on the STS-126 mission. The pilot of Atlantis is Marine Corps Colonel Doug Hurley. His first spaceflight, STS-127, coincided with the 40th anniversary of Apollo 11 in 2009. He will be at the controls as Atlantis undocks from the ISS for the shuttle's historic departure from the station. Dr. Sandy Magnus is Mission Specialist 1. A veteran of 2 space flights, she served as ISS Science Officer for Expedition 18. She first flew on Atlantis during STS-112 in 2002. Mission Specialist 2 is retired Air Force Colonel Rex Walheim. This is his 3rd and final space flight aboard Atlantis after STS-110 and STS-122.
And we're back here live at NASA's Kennedy Space Center and Launch Pad 39A, where the launch team is not working any technical issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time to start the STS-135 mission at 11:26 a.m. Eastern at T-minus 3 hours, 19 minutes, 22 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours, 13 minutes, 8 seconds and counting. The launch team is not working any issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. Currently, forecasters are calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis on its STS-135 mission to the International Space Station. Start of tanking began on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. That's the process of filling the external tank with about 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. We went into liquid hydrogen stable replenish at 4:34 a.m. and the liquid oxygen fast fill started at 2:52 a.m. So we have been running on time or ahead of schedule the entire tanking process. Stable replenish is when technicians have control and continue to top off essentially the liquid hydrogen part of the tank, keep it at a 100% level. We went into stable replenish again at 4:34 a.m. Eastern on the liquid hydrogen side, and the liquid oxygen side should be coming up next 10 minutes or so. Atlantis' 4 astronauts woke up about 20 minutes ago to start their launch day activities. For them, coming up at the top of the hour at 5 a.m., they'll begin their final medical checks in the operations and checkout building crew quarters here at Kennedy. Also at 5 a.m., just 1 minute after, we'll be just about ready to go into the next built-in hold in the launch countdown. That's at the T-minus 3 hour point. And of course, we'll then actually be right about where we should be, finishing up the tanking process for Atlantis' flight. So again, the launch team is not working any technical issues that would prevent us from launching on time. We've had a relatively quiet weather morning so far. The concern is that around launch time, when we get that heating we experience about mid-morning, you might start having some thunderstorms and rain encircle the launch pad and be around the Kennedy Space Center and prevent us from actually launching this morning. But right now, no weather issues or technical issues to worry about, and the launch team is trying to be guardedly optimistic about having a good weather conditions for a favorable on-time liftoff this morning at 11:26 a.m. At T-minus 3 hours, 10 minutes, 24 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours, 37 seconds and counting. We're less than a minute away from going into our next built-in hold to the T-minus 3 hour point. And this will be a 2.5 minute scheduled stop in the countdown. We've also completed the fueling process. It was officially complete at 4:58 a.m. Eastern. Started on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. The launch team is not working any technical issues that prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. this morning. And we are in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are at T-minus 3 hours and holding. The launch team has been on time or ahead of schedule with the entire tanking process. Tanking is what's known as really filling the external fuel tank with approximately 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. Their technicians are at a point right now where the engineers can keep stable control of the amount of propellants entering the tank and keep it at the 100% level on both the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen side. The current 2.5 hour built-in hold is the third to last stop in the countdown. There are 7 built-in holds, intentional clock stops, with a total full 70 hours and 21 minutes of countdown time. And it starts at the T-minus 43 hour point. This particular launch countdown began at 1 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. Managers and engineers are directing and monitoring Atlantis' countdown on launch pad 39A from about 3 miles away in firing room number 4 here in the Launch Control Center. Atlantis' STS-135 mission has 4 veteran astronauts: Commander Chris Ferguson, pilot Doug Hurley, and mission specialists Sandy Magnus and Rex Walheim. They woke up about 30 minutes ago to start their launch day activities, and now are currently scheduled to be receiving their final medical examinations inside the crew quarters at Kennedy's Operations and Checkout building. This final space shuttle flight actually is exactly what the original dreamers of a shuttle had in mind: a spacecraft resupplying an orbiting space station. And the STS-135 mission will bring more than 8,100 pounds of cargo to the station, all packed, the majority of it packed inside the Raffaello multi-purpose logistics module. And of that 8,100 pounds, more than a third of it is food for future station crews. With the supplies on board Atlantis, the International Space Station will be in good shape through all of 2012, when U.S. commercial companies under contract with NASA are expected to begin resupply flights to the space station. Atlantis' crew also is bringing an experiment called the Robotic Refueling Mission, which we put on the station's exterior during the next 2 years, together with the Canadian Dexter robotic arm. We'll test tools, technology, and techniques to robotically refuel space, in particular satellites, including those that were never intended to be refueled while they're in space. The crew also will return to Earth a failed space station cooling system ammonia pump, and the flight also has 1 spacewalk while Atlantis is docked at the space station, but it'll be carried out by the 2 NASA astronauts aboard the International Space Station right now and supported by the Atlantis' crew members. Looking at the STS-135 mission by the numbers, this is the 135th shuttle flight and the 37th shuttle mission to the International Space Station. This will be Atlantis' 33rd mission overall, and obviously, yes, its final flight. Currently, STS-135 is a 12-day flight, but with a launch this morning, and once Atlantis gets to the space station, and managers can assess how well the crew has been conserving the cryogenic reactants inside the shuttle's 3 electricity producing fuel cells, they may add a day of docked operations to the mission, so that could put landing back here at the Kennedy Space Center either on July 20th, a little after 7 a.m. Eastern, or July 21st, a little after 6 a.m. Eastern. Once Atlantis does safely return to the Kennedy Space Center, it will begin a slow deservicing process and preparation to be eventually put on public display. And teams won't have very far to take Atlantis, just down the road to Kennedy Space Center's visitor complex, which has the honor of being able to display Atlantis, the only space shuttle NASA will keep. Discovery is going to the Smithsonian outside Washington, D.C., and the Endeavour is going to the California Science Center in Los Angeles. NASA will transport the shuttles to their respective public display sites starting next spring. So this will be the last flight for Atlantis, which was the 4th space shuttle in NASA's fleet. And it made its first maiden voyage almost 26 years ago. Shortly, now that we're in stable replenish and we've done with the refueling, the fueling process for Atlantis, the closeout crew and final inspection teams will be dispatched to Launch Pad 39 to begin their respective jobs. Closeout crew goes to the pad's white room, and it's the access area to the hatch for Atlantis, where the astronauts will board the shuttle. And this 7-person crew will help secure the astronauts into the shuttle and then close Atlantis' hatch. The 7-person final inspection team, which is also known as the ICE team, will go to the pad surface to begin its inspections. Those team members provide the direct eye contact with the shuttle to make sure things aren't amiss. And the group actually is part of a much larger team looking very closely at the shuttle. So let us take a look now at all the imagery activities that will go into this morning's final space shuttle launch.
2, 1. Booster ignition and the final liftoff of Discovery.
Perhaps one of the most impressive images is that of a space shuttle lifting off the launch pad, riding plumes of bright orange flames. But more than just providing an impressive sight, shuttle images play a critical role in launch safety. Each successful launch depends heavily on still and video images that allow the launch team to closely scrutinize the spacecraft both before and during liftoff. Long before the main engines fire and the solid rocket boosters ignite, the entire shuttle stack has been thoroughly photographed and continually monitored by TV cameras as the countdown clock ticks down. Members of a group called the Final Inspection Team play a key role, providing the imagery directly from the launch pad and analysis from the Launch Control Center.
The images we take on the Final Inspection Team are sent back to the LCC. When we give the report to the mission management team and to the launch director, to the SPE, they can look at our imagery, and in particular ones we single out and tell them that we know there's a problem here. They can do analysis of their own on those images.
The team members can identify and photograph problems that might go undetected without their on-the-spot inspection. But the launch director and his team aren't limited to just images from the inspection team.
In the LCC, we have the ICE-Frost console, and we continuously monitor upwards to 135 different camera locations. Those assets are controlled by NASA and other contractors. Some as far as, I believe, close to 20 miles south and 20 miles north of the launch complex. And some of these assets are basically large telescopes, and they will be able to film the orbiter several minutes into its flight profile. We also have about 60 cameras within the actual perimeter of the launch pad. Some of various assets, some are infrared, some are HD, some are standard, some are at higher speed and slower speed. A lot of them are at about the 400 frames per second, so we can catch a very, very slow behavioral aspect of each vehicle component. Because some components we want to watch how they work the moment they're supposed to go to work. And we'll see them frame by frame. We watch them frame by frame.
So as the final space shuttle pierces the sky over NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, both technology and trained eyes will once again be keenly focused to ensure a safe and successful mission.
And we're back now live looking at Space Shuttle Atlantis on Launch Pad 39A, where it is fully fueled for its launch attempt this morning. Again, we started the tanking process on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern and wrapped up the tanking process slightly ahead of schedule at 4:58 a.m. Eastern. See from this shot in the distance the xenon lights bathing the shuttle in its launch pad. And on the, you can also see fire at the launch pad, which of course is okay because that's fire from the flare stack, which is burning off the excess hydrogen gas that comes from the external tank during the tanking process. Earlier this evening, before the tanking meeting at 1:30 this morning, as we were driving in, there was a large cloud deck that was over the pad, and these xenon lights were illuminated, casting shadows on those clouds. Since then, the forecast has, although it's remained at 30% for favorable conditions at launch time, the overnight hours have been very benign, and we've had no issues at all with the weather, no lightning, unlike what we had yesterday, and no real weather to speak of. The concern is that around mid-morning, with the sun heating the Florida landscape, we'll get these thunderstorms and rain. Could be around the Kennedy Space Center, and that's why we have only a 30% chance of having good weather. But based on the conditions they've seen overnight, the launch team has been guardedly optimistic. While the forecast is obviously not great, as NASA likes to say, it's been trending in the right direction. The closeout crew and final inspection team are making their way up to the launch pad surface now to begin their respective jobs. The final inspection team will begin on the pad surface and start its inspections, and of course the closeout crew will head to the white room to start preparing it and the hatch and interior parts of the shuttle's flight deck and mid-deck for when the astronauts will arrive around 8 o'clock this morning. So again, the launch team is not working any issues that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. We currently have 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 5 seconds remaining in this built-in hold. So at T-minus 3 hours in holding, this is shuttle launch control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours in holding. We currently have 2 hours, 11 minutes, and 40 seconds remaining in this scheduled stop in the countdown. Launch teams are not working any issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. Currently, forecasters are still calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis on its STS-135 mission to the International Space Station. What you're watching right now is members of the final inspection team, also known as the ICE team. They're at the pad surface beginning their walk down, inspection of various parts of the gantry, and of course looking at the Space Shuttle itself. Quickly recapping the times of tanking, which began on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. That process to fill the external tank with approximately 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen did start on time and actually wrapped up a few minutes early. Went into stable replenish for both of those propellants at 4:58 a.m. Eastern. The final inspection team is a 7-person crew that evaluates the external tank under cryogenic conditions. Now that those 2 super cold propellants are loaded into the external tank, and looking for any frost or ice that could possibly build up and be a debris source during launch. And they look at, of course, anything else that could be amiss out there at the launch pad. Team plans to take about 2 hours to perform its inspections, and which of course begin at the pad surface and then move up to the top to the 255-foot level, and then proceed down the fixed service structure of the pad to the 215-foot level, the 195-foot level, which is where the astronaut walkway, orbiter access arm, where the crew enters the hatch and gets into Atlantis, and where another 7-person team, the closeout crew, is setting up to begin its work, preparing the white room and the shuttle for the astronauts. Of course, you can see the view right now from the white room. This final inspection team outside and the closeout crew inside, getting the what's known as the white room ready. A little after 8 o'clock this morning, Atlantis' 4 astronauts are scheduled to be joining the closeout crew in that very room to crawl into the hatch and begin getting strapped into the shuttle itself. So once the final inspection team is done with their 195-foot level, and the crew members then move down to the 135-foot level, and then actually down to the mobile launcher platform surface itself, where they are currently. So everything has been going on time or ahead of schedule this morning for the launch preparations for Atlantis. The only concerns have been so far the forecast of having unfavorable weather around mid-morning, the possibility of thunderstorms and rain in the area after we get the mid-morning heating. Currently, all of our observed conditions are green. It's been a very benign night for weather, actually, especially when compared to yesterday when we had a couple of lightning strikes at the pad. You can see that launch commit criteria, which is our launch rules, currently all in the green. Shuttle Weather Officer Kathy Winters has been talking to Shuttle Launch Director Mike Leinbach periodically this morning, providing him updates. One of her last ones, she said that the forecast is definitely not a no-go. So it's nothing as she could say is there is no possibility of having good weather. It's just that given the forecast they have, it still keeps them at that 70% chance of not having good weather. But the launch team, of course, is hoping for, since we've had such a good run at on the hardware side, that we'll get a fortuitous forecast that will allow us to have a on-time liftoff, and the weather will cooperate. Again, the team is not working any technical issues that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. We have 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 48 seconds remaining in this current 2.5 hour built-in hold. So at the T-minus 3 hour and holding point, this is shuttle launch control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida at T-minus 3 hours in holding. We currently have 1 hour, 54 minutes, and 20 seconds remaining in this 2.5 hour scheduled stop in the countdown. The launch team is not working any technical issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. Currently, forecasters are calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis on its STS-135 mission to the International Space Station, which is the final flight for the Space Shuttle program. Obviously, with a 30% chance of favorable conditions, that means we have a 70% chance of not favorable conditions. But the launch team is hoping that as things have been going this morning and kind of trending in the right direction, as we like to say here at NASA, that will hold up, and the mid-morning heating that could trigger thunderstorms and rain around launch pad 39A won't take place, and that'll give us just the opportunity we need to safely start Atlantis' mission. Tanking started on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern. That's a 3-hour process to fill the external tank with approximately 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, and we wrapped up that, went into stable replenish, slightly ahead of schedule at 4:58 a.m. Eastern. The 4 veteran astronauts for Atlantis' STS-135 mission, Commander Chris Ferguson, pilot Doug Hurley, and mission specialist Sandy Magnus and Rex Walheim, are finishing up their final medical exams inside their crew quarters at Kennedy's Operations and Checkout Building. They'll be settling down to the most important meal of the day in a couple minutes, breakfast. In the Mission Control Center at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, the ascent team that will guide Atlantis and its crew during the first steps of the STS-135 mission immediately following launch, of course, are on console now. They did that at 5:30 a.m. Eastern. But here in the Launch Control Center at Kennedy, the teams have been on console around the clock for days leading up to this morning's launch attempt. And we're being joined right now in fire room number 4 of the Launch Control Center by Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, the head of NASA's Test Director's Office and the STS-135 Chief NASA Test Director. Charlie, thanks for taking a couple minutes out of your schedule to come talk to us on camera.
It's my pleasure to be here, Allard. Thank you for having me.
Well, let's see, we always like to start off, if you're just joining us, and what does a NASA Test Director do?
Well, let's see. Before I launch into what the NASA Test Director does, I'd like to talk.
Launch, that's good. I like that.
I'd like to talk a little bit about what the other folks in the room do, and I think that's a good way to lead up to it. Let's see. As you can see here in Fire Room 4, at all of our consoles, we have our system engineers and our system specialists, and they're monitoring and controlling hardware. There are similar rooms in other areas of this building and in other centers across the country that are also monitoring hardware. And within our STS system, we have different element test conductors. Roberta Wyrick is our orbiter test conductor this morning, and she's working with the ASP and the closeout crew as they prepare for the flight crew arrival. And the element test conductors are responsible for sequencing and integrating the work for a particular element. And so, as I said, Roberta is currently focused on the orbiter, getting it ready for the flight crew. Similarly, we have a tank and booster test conductor, and you probably heard them working with the C3, C4 team this morning as we work through our tanking operations. There's also a payload test conductor, and they're focused on the payloads and the mid-decks and any activities associated with the payload elements. And then the support test management folks are really focused on the ground systems and making sure that that all of the work there is accounted for and integrated. And so the NTD works across those different test conductors and different test elements to make sure that we integrate across elements well and to sequence the work appropriately. In particular, we always focus on those major hazardous activities or those activities that involve the flight crew.
And it seems like you guys are integrating quite well this morning. It's the internal loops, the talkback system that you use here in the firing room. It's been very quiet this morning.
It has been we don't like to say that word too much.
Oh, sorry.
It's been a good morning. We got into our tanking operations just after 2 o'clock, as you said, right on time. Gave the go for tanking and got both of the commodities into stable replenish. I think we had hydrogen at right around 0433, and then about 0458 LOX was in stable replenish. Again, a little bit ahead of schedule, but very good tanking. No issues to report at all. It was very smooth.
And the count overall since Tuesday when you started the official countdown at the T-minus 43 hour point, been pretty. It seems it's been pretty smooth at least.
It has been. You know, yesterday we watched the weather close. We had some weather that rolled through the area, delayed our RSS rotation back to the park position a bit, but you know, certainly nothing that we couldn't recover from. But we watched it closely yesterday, and really nothing really to talk about from that. We did go ahead and do some walkdowns as a result of some of the weather that came through, but that was probably the most exciting thing yesterday. And it has been a very, very smooth launch countdown so far.
Well, the weather did keep our attention all yesterday afternoon, and of course, I've been hearing all morning. That's what you're going to be looking at when the sun gets up and starts doing its magical thing with heating the ground. But again, we'll have to see how that goes. And so far, so good, at least with everything else leading up to it. Now we are currently in a 2.5 hour built-in hold. I get asked this question all the time, public and media, so that's why we ask, why do you intentionally stop the clock? Why not just start at whatever point you want to and then keep counting down?
Well, that's a really good question, and I get that question as well. If you think about how we use the countdown clock, we really use it to synchronize work, not just here in the sparring room, but across the country. And if you think about when we have those holds that are built in, they're usually at strategic locations. A lot of times they'll bracket major milestones in the countdown or major hazardous activities. And the reason is that as you go into those, you want to make sure that you have all the work complete and that you're ready to go. And then a lot of times you'll have a hold after one of those activities because you want to have a little bit of margin there if you need to go catch up. If we have a hold at T-minus 27, and then we have another one at T-minus 19. Those bracket our PRSD load. Both of those, that bracket is, PRSD load, so weather-sensitive activity, and so it gives us an opportunity if we're running a little bit late, making sure we got all of our work complete, and then again, a little bit of a catch-up point afterwards. T-minus 11, that's where we do the RSS rotation. COM activation involves a lot of, also we do COM activation that involves a lot of centers across the country. And then at T-minus 6, of course, that's our hold prior to tanking, and then T-minus 3 is our one just after tanking. So when you look at the holds in terms of where they're placed in the countdown, it kind of makes sense because it allows you, like I said, either an opportunity to catch up or take a collective pause as a team before you go into a major activity, or it gives you a little bit of margin on the backside of it in the event that you're running a little late.
Now, I think pretty much everybody has heard this is the obviously expected to be the last space shuttle flight ever. So, and you've been with the program a while, so I have to ask the question: how do you feel about this being the very last mission? Do you have any special stories you could share with everybody?
Well, let's see. I have been here a long time. I came here to Kennedy Space Center in 1988. I just graduated from Clemson University, and I was just a kid right out of school. And I've had the pleasure of working in this firing room at different locations during those 23 years, and that's a really wonderful feeling as we close out the program. As far as a special story as it relates to the Atlantis mission, we all have special stories about all the orbiters, and there's so many with regard to Atlantis, but one that's very personal for me is my first launch as the shuttle test director was the STS-1 was supposed to be the STS-125 mission, which was an Atlantis mission. So when I did all of my training and Su-44 runs and Su-17 runs and the preparation for that, it was all with the Atlantis team and with the Atlantis vehicle. And so that's a very special mission for me, and because it was during my training as a shuttle test director, and it turned out that it didn't end up being my first launch because we had an issue with Hubble on orbit, and the launch ended up getting delayed, if you recall, for some months. And so so the way it worked out, it wasn't the first vehicle that I was able to launch, but certainly very sweet memories for me as I was coming up doing all of my training.
So I have to ask, with the end of the shuttle program, officially 30 days after wheels stop, what's next for you?
Well,
oh, I've stumped you. That's not so good.
Well, you haven't really stumped me. I guess, right now, this is such a wonderful time for me that I just want to savor, what we're doing now. Again, having been a part of this team for a long time, and I really think that they do amazing things and really achieve great results. There's not a problem that you can't put in front of this team, that a challenge that you can't put in front of them that they can't go meet. And so right now I'm really focused on this launch, this mission, and this landing. But once 135 is back home here at Kennedy Space Center, I will transition to the Ground Processing Directorate, and so I'll be working there, and we'll certainly be focused on that next generation of customers and vehicles, and I look forward to being in a firing room, either this one or one like it, when we launch a vehicle here from Kennedy Space Center or Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, returning to the International Space Station or to that next era of exploration.
But way before that can happen, like you said, you've got a launch and a mission and a landing to have in front of you, and we're not there yet. So I'm going to let you get back to that, because we're getting, obviously, I know you have other operations you need to take care of, and I know that I appreciate you taking a couple minutes out of your schedule, because this is when you really start, now that tanking's done, this is when you really start ramping up your particular set of responsibilities. So thanks for taking a few minutes to talk to us.
It's my pleasure, Allard. Thank you.
And that was Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, the head of NASA's Test Director Office here at the Kennedy Space Center, and the STS-135 Chief NASA Test Director. And as you heard Charlie talk about, we're not working any issues that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern, with 1 hour, 42 minutes, and 27 seconds remaining in this current built-in hold. We're at T-minus 3 hours in holding. This is shuttle launch control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We're at T-minus 3 hours in holding, and there are currently 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 27 seconds remaining in this 2.5-hour built-in hold in the countdown. The launch team is not working any issues right now that would prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. Currently, forecasters are calling for a 30% chance of good weather for this morning's launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis on its STS-135 mission to the International Space Station, the final flight for the Space Shuttle program. A recap of our tanking times. Tanking started on time at 2:01 a.m. Eastern and wrapped up at 4:58 a.m. Eastern. The closeout crew and final inspection teams are at Launch Pad 39A, and they're now carrying out their responsibilities related to Atlantis. And as you'd imagine, there's been a lot of attention leading up to this morning's launch attempt for Atlantis. This final Space Shuttle launch is getting a high amount of media and public attention, of course, as well. There are about 45,000 people, official NASA guests, that are expected to be here this morning on Kennedy Space Center property to watch Atlantis' launch. Those include VIPs and the general public at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex and U.S. Astronaut Hall of Fame. Also includes media. But that 45,000 official guests don't include the thousands of employees who work here at Kennedy, and of course probably will go outside their offices and take a look at launch this morning. And it does not include the anticipated, the possibility of having as many as 1 million people who may come to the area to line the beaches, roads, and riverfronts around Kennedy to see the liftoff. Joining the couple thousands of media that are at Kennedy's press site this morning, across the street from the Launch Control Center, are more than 150 people who use the social media site Twitter. They've come here for NASA's 5th Space Shuttle launch tweet-up. The 150 tweeters come from 44 states and the District of Columbia and 11 other countries. Yesterday, the group had the time to talk to engineers and scientists and astronauts who are also part of the launch experience, and of course Bill Gerstenmaier, the head of spaceflight operations.
I could see the shuttle all lit up.
And between them they have
our first guests are going to talk about International Space Station.
So 1.5 million different followers. Of course, they were joined by a special guest.
A few things. One thing that's important, Elmo, is to be able to get...
NASA is always, of course, heavily involved in trying to inspire the next generation of scientists and engineers and astronauts through focus on science, technology, engineering, and math, or all known as STEM. So there's no reason to not start the very early of the next generation, even the preschool next geners. And one of those tweet-up attendees, you can see, was very big with the 4-year-old and younger crowd. Sesame Street's Elmo, that crimson crusader of education from the Muppet world, is at Kennedy to learn about the importance of space exploration at NASA.
Case scenario, so. No, you see different things that you don't normally see down on Earth. You get to see the moon and the stars up close. And you get to move like this.
Elmo's doing some filming here at Kennedy, and you'll likely see some of that online at Sesame Street's website. Of course, as being part of that tweet-up of their 1.7 or so million followers, it's that old shampoo commercial idea that they tell 2 friends and so on and so on and so on. And you can see that through the 200 or so tweeters that we'll have today. We invited back 50 or so who were of the previous tweet-ups were not actually able to see the launch because of delays or whatnot. Have been invited back to actually get a chance to see one last shuttle launch. So through those 200 people, we'll be reaching millions of other people just through that social media network. Turning our attention back to the launch countdown, let's look at what some of the major milestones coming up. We look to launch at 11:26 a.m. Crew will begin suiting up in the operations and checkout building, crew quarters in Kennedy, at 7:06 a.m. And the countdown will officially resume the current 2.5-hour built-in hold that we're at 7:31 a.m. 5 minutes later, the crew will depart the operations and checkout building for Launch Pad 39A. And by 8:06, the crew is expected to be boarding Atlantis. And obviously we've been talking a lot this morning about this being the final Space Shuttle program flight, but obviously this isn't the last of NASA's human spaceflight program. There are 2 NASA astronauts living and working aboard the International Space Station who are proof positive of that. We expect there will be astronauts launching from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in the coming years, first on U.S. commercial spacecraft to the space station, and then on NASA's heavy lift rocket inside the Orion multi-purpose crew vehicle, to locations that are farther out into our solar system. And it's been said that every new beginning comes with some other beginning's end, and yes, this is the shuttle program's end, but it's helped start a new beginning in human spaceflight, one that builds on the successes of the people who flew this spacecraft for 30 years and learns from them. And we will reach farther into space because we stood on the shoulders of the shuttle program giants. Again, the launch team of the shuttle program is not working any issue to prevent us from launching on time at 11:26 a.m. Eastern. We're going to take a short break from commentary right now, but we'll be back at 6:30 a.m. Eastern with NASA commentator George Diller. And 6:30 a.m. also is when NASA's official Shuttle Atlantis launch blog will begin at www.nasa.gov/shuttle. That's also where you can follow anytime Space Shuttle Atlantis' STS-135 mission to the International Space Station, the last flight of the world's first reusable spacecraft. At T-minus 3 hours and holding, this is Shuttle Launch Control.